right as I hit start stream. Okay.
Dude.
Well,
40-minute late, Konnor.
I was gonna make a joke. I was like, I shouldn't make the joke. That getting a warning was a bad sign.
That's so real.
Hey, on the calling page, did they misspell Thief's Calling?
Yeah. It's probably just a website typo and not like in the actual content.
Oh, let's hope.
But I could believe it's in the actual content too.
I completely understand. I didn't even realize it was misspelled. Yikes.
Oh no, someone who had to type in like a 700,000 word page document misspelled one word. It's the end of the fucking world.
Oh, now I'm getting the server error.
Nope.
On Archives of Nethys, not Foundry or anything.
Now, can we take any of these callings and get any of the destinies, or is it specific for each one?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think any calling can go to any Mythic Destiny. Not 100% sure about that though. Let's see, the archetypes. Don't really have any prerequisites of any callings or anything like that, so yeah, I think you can just have whatever calling and go into whatever Mythic Destiny. Oh yeah, you can like mechanically get back mythic points. I forgot about that. That's cool.
I will say it does fundamentally change the balance of the game.
Yeah, it means I
Yeah,
should not throw lower level encounters at you guys like at all.
basically it just turns the game into boss rush, and yeah, everything should be like +3 essentially.
Well, we can take Connor's advice of starting without him, I think. Yeah, that's safe to do today.
I don't think Chris is back yet.
Oh, okay, okay. Don't wait for that.
Oh,
We lost him.
Oh.
He's back.
Sorry, the birds needed water and their water bowl was super dirty.
Uh-oh.
I still beat Konnor here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he sent a message saying it'll be another 20, probably.
Oh, okay.
So I was gonna say we can probably start without him. Start of the session isn't gonna be anything too wild, so
What? I expect a wild start of the session.
so if anyone would like to give the recap. For a hero point, while I can still do that, since if we switch to mythic points, that won't be a thing anymore.
Oh, no.
You know, I
Everyone
really
will,
do think we should switch to those.
Everyone will start with 3. I'll have nothing to bribe people to give the recap.
So we walked around town and we talked about what the fuck we were gonna do, and then we got ambushed by a giant robot, and then we killed the giant robot, and now we're leaving, and now we're gonna get our air quality control bobbled. So
You forgot about the epic concert.
did I?
Isha wasn't there for the epic concert.
Didn't know there was a musical act scheduled. Who played?
Scene of action. He's not here anyway. It's not like we have to gas him up. Turris was a very good band manager, actually.
Yes,
And
yes.
hype man.
Mhm.
He got half a session of gas last time, so
He did.
we can gloss over the gas at the start here.
Oh.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeesh. Yeah. I take it there are no comments or additions other than scenes concert.
Oh. Arcalicon.
Arcalica, yeah, that's the one. Bless you.
But that's kind of the only other thing.
As far as
It's
I
not even a
understand
thing.
it,
It's just a word.
every word is just a word.
Exactly. So we're bringing it up
You're
now. Let's just
starting
start.
to understand Isha. All right.
That's what the Seraph calls his little pet gal pals or something like that.
That is a way to put it. All right. So, I don't know which. I guess we'll.
Also, star showers have been happening in the north too, which is not ideal.
I mean, it's great for stargazers. You know?
Hmm.
What did NPR call it? I don't know, whatever.
Usually it's dinner and a show, but the show will make you dinner.
True. True. So, yes. As alluded to, we ended off last time as the party was approaching this supposed church at the end of last session. Kind of in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of this windless valley, kind of no man's land between Lanova and the mountain empire that you guys in character don't actually know much about so far. And you don't know much about this church either, other than it apparently sits kind of at the bottom of this plateau that is kind of in the middle of this great valley. I mean, not so great valley, really, depending on how you look at it. And you were approaching that location, close to your prize. You had heard some creatures moving about the night when you camped the night before. You heard one creature kind of cry out and then be silenced, along with the sound of kind of some scraping and scratching and a general rustling around. And now, as you guys were approaching the church through kind of rocky, sandy hillsides, and the rubble of buildings long abandoned but not worn down, not weathered in this place with no wind, you started to hear some very similar sounds coming from around the bend, as it were. And creeping forward toward those sounds, you catch a glimpse, first of this fairly large, kind of set of stone walls, kind of standing over one of the nearby hills, at the bottom of this plateau. Looking fairly worn down. There is no roof over this structure, but you kind of see this set of large, maybe 15, 20 foot tall walls. It was a decent sized structure in its prime, it seemed. In addition to those walls, you see a group of creatures. One moment. Hearing more of this scratching, your eyes are drawn towards these kind of large, almost stone-looking creatures themselves that are kind of like tearing at the remains of this building. Scratching at kind of the front entrance, there's this closed stone door. And you see them battering it, trying to get in. I suppose.
Isha will like sort of like appear behind Sir Egwin. Show them your badge.
He does a double take, and he's like, I quite don't think that they'll be that interested in it. I don't think that they respect that kind of authority.
Oh.
So it's kind of looking back as like one of these large four-limbed creatures, kind covered in kind of these like rough scales, and almost looking like they're trying to like dig at this stone wall. One kind of like grabs a chunk of rubble in its sharp teeth and like throws it over its shoulder. There are heavy claw marks in the kind of set of double stone doors at the front of this building, and they shudder a little bit as one brings its claw down on it again.
They're eating part of the rocks?
They're tearing at it.
Mhm.
They're using their
I'd like to roll a nature check to try to identify it.
Sure.
Um,
You are not yourself familiar with this type of creature.
okay.
Whatever it is, they don't seem to have them down south.
Does Egwin seem to know what they are, or does he look perplexed as well?
He's kind of still like creeping. You guys are pretty far away, kind of like tucked behind some rocks. And he's trying to get a good look at them himself. It's not clear. He's not piping up with any kind of plan unprompted.
Well, we're not just going to sit here while they destroy something, right?
No. Perhaps we can distract them?
Why not just fight them?
Oh.
Are we still in the carriage at this point?
You've probably... I did not expect that noise. One moment.
Oh.
We'll go ahead and turn those sound effects off, unless anyone's... a brief sound of scratching and clawing for your verisimilitude.
I don't know if I hear anything right now.
I deleted them. I deleted the sound effects.
I don't even hear music. I don't know if you're playing music or not.
Oh, I am playing music. You might need a
There is
refresh.
music.
Yep, there is music.
It sounds
I'll just refresh, I guess.
kind of a classic thing that happens with the Forge authentication servers, where it seems to time out after about a week. So sometimes you log in, you hop on the site to play, and then you play for 20 minutes, and then it logs you out, and you have to re-authenticate.
Yeah, I noticed that it happens way less with me. But I think that's probably because I play 2 games a week, right? So I'm like logging in Saturday and then Sunday, and then it like relogs me in on Saturday.
But it does happen to me. I mean, I guess it does happen more often to my camera, like my stream view, which that I only log in once.
You said 4-limbed, and I thought it was like armed, but I realize now that you mean on 4
It's a,
legs.
it's a
on 4 legs.
quadrupedal.
Yeah.
One could compare its head to being shark-like. I don't know that many of your characters have seen sharks. I'm not sure, but
I am a shark.
fair enough. Isha, you think that their heads look a little bit shark-like?
Okay. Well, I'm not very interested in fucking around.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just do this.
Okay.
Not interested in fucking around, so we're gonna find out.
All right, then we will go ahead and
I will gladly find out.
go ahead and just begin the encounter then. That's just a fireball that you're blamming.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Uh, Well, after
Onward.
after Isha does the fireball, can I just rush in and use my athletics as my initiative?
Let's see. If you'd rather use your athletics than stealth, then yeah, I will. I'll allow you to say that you're striding, using your athletics to launch over the rocks.
I'm charging, so.
Oh wow, you are going second in initiative. We will go ahead and say then that Ogwyn is holding his action. while you do
So
that.
I do have a penalty here of -2.
Penalty of -2. Okay.
Yeah, because I do not have a language shared here.
Okay. What? I didn't see the spell that you are casting. Oh, you're
No,
intimidating.
I don't have a
You're-
penalty for the spell.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I have a battle roar, which is like when I roll initiative, I get a.
Okay. Still succeeds on them.
And it's this one on the left here.
Okay. Yeah, you see it immediately, just like kind of crouch down and kind of like wince down and stop tearing at the stone. What spell did you cast?
It's fireball.
Oh,
It's up
there
at
it is,
the
there it
above
is,
you
yeah.
started rolling initiative.
Okay. Ba-doom, ba-doom.
Oh, you'll just roll 2 18s, huh?
Damn.
Oh no, it jumps to the bottom of the chat when I hit a button. Okay. Wow. I mean, that makes sense. That it would both take. That makes sense. There's nothing to wow about there. Okay. Technically, I think I'm technically supposed to start this on Isha's initiative. We can, however, say that
You just want me
Ogwyn.
to say I go after?
Yeah, you can you can have
Usually-
your action held. So you are
Yeah.
totally allowed to go charging in if you'd like.
Yes.
Yeah, I will just take cover behind this rock.
Okay. Let's see. Pushing charge. Can you get all the way there? Holy
I got 55 feet of movement when I rage.
Jesus. Okay. Sick.
Hey.
The 20 your speed, okay.
I guess it doesn't really do much, but I still charged in there.
Then you
Oh, there's 3 of them.
still have one more action, I think, right?
Yeah, I do.
You were doing that. Ogwyn will.
Oh, gross.
Isha, you are close enough to hear Ogwyn kind of high at the very sudden start of combat, and he will start rushing forward.
Why is he running in? That's crazy.
Yeah, well, maybe he's crazy.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, frankly.
Let's see. So you ran in. You barely missed the frightened one. Okay. How long does your roar last? Is it a whole round, like all the way until your turn?
At the end of each of my turns.
Okay.
So technically, he's not frightened anymore because I frightened him
Ah,
technically on round 0 when I rolled initiative, and then my turn came by.
okay. 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 It's not going to do anything fancy. It's going to turn around after you try to hit it, and it is going to try to bite swipe. Swipe at you, I think. Yeah, okay. I know this hit. Oh.
They're all hidden, by the way.
Oh, okay. I will reveal. I'll reveal those. That's my bad. I was playing around with random tables before the session. So I'll go ahead and reveal these. Okay, so first one hits you for 27 damage. I cannot really believe that they all hit. But that 20 at the end. Okay.
Ow.
The next one, still kind of like, yeah, this one got fireballed as well. So it kind of ducks its head down, shakes that off, and turns around, kind of glaring, looking for a target. Of which it doesn't have many choices right now. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so, that's the wrong roll. That's fine. Should be 5 higher than whatever this is. Okay. Yeah, that's enough. It jumps. It leaps like over the flank of this other one, and then comes down almost on top of you, Turkon. Both of these, probably some bigger creatures than most that you have seen. Most things do not kind of rival you in size and height, and these are definitely there. Two claw attacks instead of one. Multi-attack penalty doesn't increase. So, okay, 2 claw attacks at max. Target you. Gosh darn it.
I hate when that happens.
Those are just 2 hits.
Okay.
Sounds like he's 24 AC, so.
I don't know why I'm suddenly blanking on so many things. Probably because my sleep last night was awful. Is tripping athletics?
Yes, it's athletics against reflex.
So this will be at a -10. It kind of like swings its last claw strike at you, kind of down to.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Damn.
Swings its last claw strike down towards your legs. Tries to sweep you off your feet. You can tell me how you parry while Steris starts her turn. How you kind of switch that into this thing falling on its face, if you would like.
I'd imagine that it put too much momentum into it, and I was able to kick out its leg.
Yeah.
As it comes at me.
Yeah, it puts all of its weight into knocking you down, toppling you over, and you just push its leg aside, and it falls flat on its face. Steris is fireballing out as well. Okay.
I didn't select them.
Let me see.
Ugh.
I think I can. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, I'll just roll reflex for both of them. That's fine.
Okay, I can redo it if you need me to.
I have just suddenly forgot how to press all of my buttons, apparently.
Oh no.
Okay, the top one is going to crit succeed.
No.
The other one is going to fail. What's the DC on that? It didn't give me that. Oh. There's the fucking button.
25.
25. Okay, the other one regular fails. The other one takes full damage. The north one kind of manages to press up against this wall and get away from most of the damage. The other one takes full damage.
And then I moved, and that's going to be the end of my turn.
Okay. Scene is going to do the usual. I don't know if he has a macro for this, but he is going to Rage's Anthem and Lingering Composition. Oh wow. Oh, does this have to center on 60-foot emanation means it comes from him, right? Yes.
Yes.
Right. So it is going to, well, stand by. Sorry. Sorry, he's going to move first.
Move.
Yep. That was a little too far. Stand by. I gotta take back some of that movement.
That's if he moves another 5, that would be 2 movements.
Would be. He cannot Lingering Composition then, but I suppose that is fine.
He can.
Oh, you're right. It's free. Well, okay. So everyone can take that. Isha, you are still... Fuck. You can't move. Another one.
You don't have to worry. Don't worry about catching me. It's actually just not a big deal. It doesn't really help me that much.
Well,
so.
that's fine. This hits everyone. So I'll place this again. Well. Allies only. Okay. That is I will double check. We'll double check what that is. Taurus, it's your turn. Everyone can get Courageous Anthem thrown on them.
That's sick.
Crit success would be a 27.
Okay, so just a regular success. So this will last 3 rounds.
Three rounds. All right, let me just get that. That's good, I think. I mean, 0 rounds remaining.
That's a little weird.
Here, I'll just... There you go.
I'll figure it out.
I think I got it. There we go. Okay. Where am I? Here I am. Where are they? Where is this? Okay. And is this all these rocks in front of me? Can I go straight through them, or do I have to go around them?
They're just difficult terrain. Which
Okay, so
I know
technically I should probably go around anyhow.
call out on turns before now. Probably would have been good to do, and that's my bad.
Didn't quite ways away. That was 35 feet total, right? Not 45?
I think so.
Okay, cool. And that's gonna be...
Like, why is this encounter giving so much XP? Because The game thinks Ogwyn isn't enemy.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I was like, he's not set to neutral or ally.
Yeah, fixed.
I can tell by the way that I am targeting him.
I guess third verse, same as the first. 2.
Alrighty.
Every one of us fireball. Oh.
Sorry, I just needed to put my spell entry in so I could actually remove it.
Got you. Go ahead and roll damage on that. Looks like they're both going to take half. Even 20.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, hello.
It's the boy.
Sorry I'm so late.
Don't apologize, it's fine.
We're in combat.
Yeah, you found the creatures that were scratching
timing.
at the church door. And probably real out of pocket, real stretch, but I had seen do a courageous anthem with a lingering composition on the first
Oh,
turn.
come on.
Shoot, sorry, Bullet's turn. He actually is gonna have some trouble. Okay.
What do you mean? He makes this jump easy.
You're actually probably right.
Oh no, I am right here. Sadly,
He gets
you make this jump
running-
easy.
It's the running start for one action, and then he's gonna leap over the boys with another action with the leaping charge.
Uh-oh.
The boys.
Oh, no.
Should have held my fireball.
Now we can just all.
I can't help feel personally attacked.
You are definitely getting attacked
not
personally.
not the consequence of you running in alone.
The consequences of your own actions.
I didn't run in alone. I ran in first.
Right.
Alone.
You're just the only one over there so far. I'll
got
roll
the
a
short legs.
D2. I'll take my assumptions. All right. It is still attacking you. I know I didn't say which was which. But if I rolled a 2, he was gonna jump on Armis instead. So for now, I apologize.
Not super a lot, but
This is
Oh,
A little. Oh.
not an ideal outcome, for sure. Oh my
Holy.
lord. Okay, I just want to see where that 50 puts you. Okay.
Oh, crap.
So
yeah.
I
I was
don't.
going to say.
Okay. I guess it does combine the damage technically.
You have been personally attacked.
Okay, that's a little scary. So the damage on the other attack doesn't matter, but you are gonna be. I guess we don't play. As a reminder, we don't play where getting crit knocks you to dying too, because I don't like it very much.
It's happened to him a lot.
So both attacks do knock you down to dying 2 with the double claws. And then it will be Isha's turn. Turkon.
I will
I understand
hold my
why.
initiative.
I understand why. Okay.
I will delay till after the second bullet goes. Actually,
Okay.
What are these things called? Bullets?
You don't
Bullets.
technically know. what they're called.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. No one has succeeded on a knowledge check.
Psychobolats.
Wait a second. They're Russian?
Yes.
Don't,
They're
can't you?
Russian.
I mean, yeah.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, you're holding your
I'm
initiative,
delaying
yeah.
till after. Yeah.
Ogwyn will go then. Quite horrified at the way this has gone.
Me too, Ogwyn.
Yeah.
Same
He's in 30 feet. Son of a. All right. He's going to run right up there. Not right up there, I guess. Pretty darn close. He's gonna run up. As he does, he kind of he's going to touch one of the runes on. Well, he's going to touch part of his armor, and you see kind of a light shine from part of his armor, and then he casts his hand forward. I didn't fucking target the fucking god. Controlling so many characters. I'm out of practice, guys. This thing has to make a fortitude save. And it's going to critically succeed. Lol. Okay, doesn't matter. This one turns its attention towards Ogwyn. Making a familiar turn for him. But Ogwyn manages to parry every blow, and it's mostly the dice's fault. The other one is going to try to leap. Oh my god. Okay, I need to actually just click the long jump. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. So it starts kind of like running around this way. It will leap behind Ogwyn and try to bite. Well, not try to bite. Try to double claw. Now the dice are rolling low. Okay. Sarah's go ahead.
Oh, actually, I'm going after that.
Okay, go ahead. I will move your initiative down. Might be getting terrain walled a little bit.
I was getting terrain walled.
Do I still have the pathfinding option on? Actually, I don't see it. God. Oh, yeah, yeah, it's there. Okay, never mind. Carry on.
I'm in a strange spot because I can tell when I move my token.
Do you want me to nudge you somewhere?
No, it's fine.
Okay. It's giving you your measurement in. It is telling me you've moved 50.44.
Yeah, I don't. It's
so
like
far.
it's like 0.5 of a foot. Also, I'm like.
I see why. I see
It
why.
says I'm right here, but actually, when I move my token, it says I'm in this wall.
Yeah.
Have we had a long rest since last session?
Several, yeah.
Okay. I'm just making sure I have all of my slots.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll just run up because I'm not that afraid.
Okay.
And that way, there's more stuff for people to attack.
Okay. Is that
I will
your
cast.
full turn?
We'll cast
Shield. Okay. And then stairs.
I am very far away. Damn it.
So can you fix his dying value so that he's not actually dead?
He's dying too? What do you mean?
He's dying. He should be dying 2 instead of dead.
Oh, I only see him as dying too.
Oh, interesting. I see him as dead.
Am I? I will
I'm not
review.
dead on my end.
I will review some settings.
I do see him as dead too.
It is okay. I'll just simply refresh.
He's only mostly dead.
Okay. Let's
Okay, so if the middle one attacks Turkon, it gets.
Oh, okay.
damage.
And then it makes the save, huh?
Yeah.
Then disregard. Well, okay. Disregard that.
I'll heal you next time, buddy.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're not the only person with healing spells here, so it's actually not that big. of a deal
Okay,
right
well.
now.
Hopefully someone else will get him before I can.
As it happens, we have a bard.
No,
Oh,
Nah.
yeah. True.
I'm just
Nah.
kidding. The only healing.
What a time to give up his career.
I know.
Yeah.
Soothe,
The only
soothe him.
healing I have is soothe.
Weird.
That'll do.
I wonder how that works.
Same here. It's a mystery.
No, mysteries are for oracles and investigators.
Okay. I'm gonna move slightly.
The rock tiles
Oh.
are difficult terrain, even though I don't
Okay.
have them outlined with anything.
What's
So not
the
like these individual
closest
rocks, but any of these like clustered rocks.
Okay. Is Armis standing on difficult terrain right now?
No, that's fine.
Okay. So I can like
Yeah.
Okay.
This is These two are difficult terrain. This stuff, but Armis's square is fine.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to move here. And then I will cast. Is there any reason I shouldn't do like the highest level healing I can on Turkon?
Only if you want to save the spell slots, but otherwise highest level sounds great.
Okay. I was more so just curious about like, is there
In general, if someone needs healing, you should always try and heal them the most you can.
I was more so asking about like if there's anything with dying that specifically makes it so like I didn't.
So when you come back from dying, you retain a wound, which makes it easier for you to die.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case,
Going down multiple times is
I'm
dangerous,
going-
so healing someone a small amount to get them up is dangerous.
okay. I'm gonna do a 4th level soothe then.
That seems excellent.
This should roll the right amount.
Looks like it.
Yikes. Oh wait. The 0's a 10, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I was like
48 healing.
Yikes.
48. And you get the soothe effect, which I'm not sure you're going to be super happy with necessarily. As an Angie barbarian, but
dang, that's a good roll.
yeah.
It's a
Yeah, that was
super
crazy.
Yeah. You're very comfortable in your rage right now. Very cozy rage.
Alright, that's it for mine.
All right. Turris, go ahead.
What a cozy rage we've got going on here. Okay. Random movement. Stay a little far away here from attack. And Armis is gonna go help Urkon. My game stops lagging, thank you. I don't like the nature of this battle. This is silly. Turkon's supposed to be the big guy, not small guy. That's silly. That's real silly. That's just, whatever. Even what kind of nonsense is this?
You did see him just like,
Oh
Make
no.
big.
oh. He did just wrestle over one of these though with just brute strength though. Well, technically, good reflex defense, but
Well, now we're gonna slap him around even bigger.
wow. That's
I don't like how my effect doesn't grow with the circle.
yeah.
The next turn thing. Yeah.
And for that last one, I'm gonna do the little act together there, and
Okay. I think Turkon is technically in a wall right now, so I think he actually grows down this direction and pushes the bullet, which pushes Armis.
you know, actually, I was thinking about that, and I was gonna place Armis there originally in case that happened.
It doesn't do any damage.
But I didn't. But I didn't want to like. I didn't want him to like accidentally not be in range at the end of this in case I was wrong.
Yeah.
We'll say that he compensated because we're acting together and blah blah blah. Anyhow, doesn't matter anyhow. And he's gonna cast punch this thing. If he can, there you go, lock on.
Excellent spell as usual, sir.
Yes, yes. Boo.
Oh, the tip back from the 18.
Hate that. Hate that.
Okay, it will.
Well, that's his turn.
It'll be Turkon's turn.
As you know, he does the typical like barfing up blood as he gets up. Blah.
Ew.
Nice.
Sympathy throws up rocks.
Yeah.
Alright, well. I'm gonna try to grapple this one with my tail.
Okay.
I'll just make a normal strike with that tail.
It's your athletics check. Athletics, yeah. It's athletics to grapple.
Well, my athletics is better.
Uh-oh.
No. No. Ah.
Much better.
I keep
That succeeds.
clicking it, being like,
Which one are you? Right one?
The bottom one.
Bottom one. Okay. Bottom one is Grabbered. They have intensified the spell effect for that.
Oh yeah. And I still have one more action after getting up, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Holy! All right.
Nice.
Take horn hit.
And you must succeed at a fortitude save. So, you just grab him with the tail, stand up, stab your horns into him, and like gore the side of this creature's rock-like skin open.
that's... Why did it do 32 damage? Oh, it's because you're rage damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That is 1 damage die plus a ton of rage.
I was so confused. I was like, why
Oh,
did
my
2 damage
lord.
just turn into 32 damage? It was because your rage did 24.
Whose turn is it? It's the one. It's that one. Okay.
It's the grab the let's turn, yeah.
So it's just panicking and thrashing at the very sudden like pain and being grabbed. It's going to try to just force out of the grab. 1 action. So that will succeed, and he'll get out of the grapple, but it does take up one of his attacks.
The grabble.
the grabble. Grabbled out of the grabble. I think he's going to. I think he's freaked out from that sudden turn of events. I think he's going to. He can't actually 5-foot step away from you. He can't. He can't step.
Intercon's reach is even farther now.
Yeah. He rears this. Now he can't get a running start to jump. All right.
He takes an action to think about his life choices that led up to here.
He backs up and he tries to shuffle around Armis. Get away from you. Which, yep.
Is that a step
It would.
or an actual movement?
It was actual movement, so you can go ahead and wail on him.
Well, since he's already dropped the tail, that again. Or not.
Yeah, just barely.
This fight
just
is
barely
brought
misses.
to you by Monster Hunter Wilds.
And then he will try to take a wheel around and try to take a bite out of Armis, and will succeed quite critically.
Owie. Owie.
For smooth 40 damage. Just have this solid brick of my turns. Okay. He's going to touch another one of his. Ogwyn is going to touch another one of his runes. This one makes a bit of a brighter flash, and he turns into almost kind of like a silvery liquid-like substance next to you, Isha.
Oh.
And then moves through this bullet. Who has to make a fortitude save? Oh my lord. And he is now sickened 2. Technically, I didn't ever. And he had his short sword out, it's fine. He'll go ahead and stab this guy. Didn't make anyone else pull out their weapons either.
I am the weapon.
Stabs the short sword deep into one of this thing's like arm muscles, debilitating it for the turn. This one's still feeling fine. It's just going to. Doesn't really have a need to leap anywhere. Yeah. It's just gonna mosey forward a little bit. Decide which one of you it wants to take a bite out of first. 2. All right. Turris, you're it this time.
What the heck?
Gonna try to take a bite out of you. Gonna try to take a swipe out of Isha.
What's with all these critical hits?
The crits do be going a little bit crazy
A
right
little
now.
bit. 32 damage.
Mm.
Okay. The other one, north of Isha, between Isha and Ogwyn, kind of stands up after being knocked down
Do I
by
take-
Turkon. Sorry, go ahead.
That's my damage, right? 32.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see where to take it.
I guess I still technically had Isha targeted. Sorry.
Yeah, I was like, you had me targeted. So
Thought it would.
I'm gonna do math in a TTRPG.
just like right click your thing and like bring up the token thing. You put -32 and it'll do the math for you.
True,
That's
yeah.
it, actually.
This one stands up. It's going to try to bite and claw at Ogwyn. Oh, there we go. Ogwyn's finally going to take some damage.
He's gonna take a lot of damage actually.
And then Isha, it's your turn, followed by Steris.
Okay, I guess I was just destined to roll a 8 there.
Unfortunate.
It is a little unfortunate. I tried. I tried.
Steris, go ahead.
Ooh, back up to 2/3.
That's pretty
Woo!
Ooh. Regular success, so half, I believe.
Yes.
Turkon, how are you doing on health?
I just healed him. You should
Oh, okay.
probably get Turris.
2/3.
And he's on fire. Okay.
I'm not feeling so good.
Yeah. I'm wondering if I should try and attack the thing or try and heal you. But I will. I'm gonna use a 3rd level soothe. And then I'm gonna cast a 1st level Force Barrage to trigger my wand.
Okay.
And then that should be it.
All right. Steris, go ahead.
There's no real way to notice if like a creature can take a whatever you call an opportunity attack, right? If you try to step away from it.
I just cast a spell between two of them, so.
Oh, good
Yeah,
luck.
just kind of observing their behavior. It's a question you can ask if you roll a successful knowledge check, although it's, you know, I don't know if I've ever seen someone prioritize that, but it's a question you can ask.
Does that take an action?
Knowledge
it's
check,
just
yes.
a-
Knowledge,
yeah.
no, yeah.
I can see why people don't prioritize that.
People
okay.
prioritize knowledge checks often. They prioritize
Oh.
figuring out if something has an attack of opportunity not very often.
Maybe they should do that more.
Probably.
We usually just let it hit us and then be like,
Yeah, they usually just let it hit
Yes.
them, knock one of their party members down on
Yeah.
a crit, and be like, "Oh God."
Like it's
Hey, they can do that thing.
one of the only pieces of quote unquote free information we get in Moto's campaign.
Yep.
Yeah. It's very funny.
Never mind the cost
Okay.
associated with that free information.
Let's see my spells here. All right. I am going to act together, and I am going to cast ignition melee on this guy in front of me.
All right.
And come on.
Unfortunate.
Do we want to re-roll that? I don't know. No, I won't re-roll it. And then at the same time, Turris is going to try to smack the other one. If it let me, there you go. Gotta like retarget the other guy.
Right.
There you go. And then
Turkon, you're up next, and you can probably start taking your turn.
oh, I love all of these misses that I'm getting. Amazing. This is so cool. I love it for me. And then I'm gonna cast Protect Companion.
Okay.
And apparently it's on the big guy too now for some reason. I don't know why.
Wow. Turkon's not missing. Damn.
It's still up.
Barely. It's like still got a short sword in it. Well, all right. Now it's not. How do you finish off this bullet?
I just overhead smash it into the ground and keep smashing it into the ground.
It's the rock-like skin just kind of cracking, and then it just stops moving, and Ogwyn kind of yanks his short sword free, looks over to the next one. Okay. This one still doesn't really want to be next to Turkon at all. So it's gonna just like hop up on this rock, get a little bit of high ground / an awkward angle on Armis. It's gonna try to take a bite. And it hits.
Oh, it hits on an 8, but I don't. Okay.
Correct.
That's a mage.
And you know what? It's gonna try to trip Armis. So that's a 32, technically,
Good grief.
versus your reflex DC, which I think passes.
I'm also gonna use life block as a reaction.
Okay.
After using your spell, you can't get. Okay.
Wait, did it technically move out of my range again?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I suppose. It was standing. It was standing here. I don't know if you have 15-foot reach.
Yeah.
With the.
Well, I'm also huge now.
If huge gives you extra reach from that spell, then yes.
Well, no, my wise. I remember my Beck performance had reached somewhere.
Yeah, I think.
Let's see. It
Yeah.
large increases his range by 10 feet.
Okay. Increases it by 10 feet. Okay. Then it would. It definitely would.
Well,
Dang.
no.
It's working out. I think Armis does get knocked prone.
I use the light block thingy though.
How do you use it?
Yeah, like mechanically here.
I'm not familiar with it. Is it a spell? What is it? Check companion. You can do life block reaction. Reduce the triggering damage by 10, but you lose 5 hit points. Oh, interesting. You can just like take the damage and heal 5.
Okay.
Since you share a health pool in this case.
Yeah.
Or I guess it's heightened, right? So
Is it heightened? I just cast it as a cantrip.
I don't know what level the spell normally is.
It's level 4. If it's a cantrip, it's level 1.
Yeah, right. So reduce the damage by another 10. So heal an extra. Heal 10 instead of 5. Heal an extra 5.
Sick.
Okay. Okay. Ogwen's turn. He's just gonna move over to get flanking. Gonna hop over this dead bullet. Gets flanking and will that doesn't matter. He's just going to attack. We'll say twice with the short sword, that's fine. Not very well. Not very well. He'll get bit at for his trouble. Critically, apparently.
Agawin? What the fuck?
I go win.
Like claw at Isha once.
Can't spell Agawin without win, right?
Claw at Isha twice. Once again. Isha, it's your turn.
This is where I reveal to you that I actually have swashbuckler dedication and I take my reactive strike here.
Ah. It would catch me off guard.
But Isha has to speak with a pirate accent the rest of the game.
Yep.
Because you think that all swashbucklers are pirates?
Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
It's
That's
true.
just fact. Yeah, that's just fact.
That's very interesting. I guess I'll do this.
Okay. I assume against the close one.
Yeah, it's against the one that's right next to me. Wow, okay.
Well then.
Varys, you're not allowed to roll any more crits for like the next 4 sessions.
It is.
Yep.
It is a little egregious at this point.
Okay, and then I will cast slow on the one that is far away.
Okay.
Understandable.
Steris, this one that has been kind of shying away from Turkan. You notice now it's kind of continuing to back up, acting like more sheepishly than any of these things were at the start. It has kind of this strange circular bite wound in its side that you can kind of see when it's like backing up, kind of moving its legs. And like a couple of recent but not super fresh like lash marks on the side too.
Okay.
Thunderstruck.
Regular success is going to take half, but taking damage means it's clumsy. You see it again, kind of like duck its head down, kind of shake its head, try to shake some of that off.
And then, I'd like to roll a medicine check to try to identify what I want to identify what may have caused the wounds on this that's retreating or being more skittish.
Yeah. You have seen the creature is responsible a couple of times, so that reduces the DC here just enough for you to recognize these as moonflower wounds.
Yeah.
Moonflower, more like woundflower, am I right?
You can go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to try to cast Vision of Death.
Okay.
On this bottom left one.
All right. A regular success. So half damage and it will be frightened. More frightened than it already was.
That dice is cocked. Reroll it.
Quite a bit of damage.
Oh wait, and I get my sorry, I forgot. I get my free force barrage.
Yes, correct.
I'll blast that one.
All right.
And then I'm also going to. I was 20 feet away. Yeah, I'll target that one. I'm gonna try to shoot it with some eye beams.
All right.
Yikes. All right. That's it.
Okay. Terrace, go ahead.
All I do is miss no matter what. Agum could take a fireball, right? You should
These
take a
games-
fireball, right?
You know,
If you fireball me, I will fireball you.
Last session's like, it's okay to fireball your friends. Now it's like, you're doing me, I'm doing
he's just not your friend.
No.
I'm not your buddy, pal.
I might actually not fireball you because I know you have fire resistance. So
I'm gonna find something else. Gotta decay you, turn you to dust.
Hmm.
and you'll be easier to target.
The old brick.
Your AC is much easier to hit. Oh shit, he's drawing the lightning.
Oh.
Yeah, I brought my sketchbook. And Tourist is gonna act together to get up.
Okay. Yeah. Good call. Good call.
You need me to do something, or
You have an action left, right?
drawing lightning on the
Draw
the guy there.
draw lightning. It's a spell effect on you that empowers your attacks, unless there's like something above you.
Isn't this guy above me?
He's to your north, which is not actually.
Is he not taller than me?
He is taller than you. It means like squares above you. Like if you cast this under a bird, it would zap them. With the main effect is it's a buff that like lingers and empowers your weapon attacks. So you're like, you hold your sword to the sky and you say by the power of Tourist's skull, and it gets zapped, and then you stab things with your sword and it has lightning. And the effect where it like hits something while it's jumping down to your weapon is kind of like incidental damage. It's like a cute bonus, but not kind of the main point of the spell.
That's like half the text block, though.
If you dive under this guy, if you want to go prone and dive under this guy before you cast it, I will allow it.
Oh my god.
He's like, I will crawl underneath the hungry monster.
Just keeping in mind that 2d12 electricity damage can roll as 2 damage.
Ugh. Okay, well then, can I take out... What is it? I'll use my moon sword or whatever it's called. Smack him with my moon sword.
Ah, yes, the moon sword.
I forgot her name.
Moon sword. It's okay.
It's fine. This relationship is going
Moon sword
going
is
really
a good
well.
name.
Anyway, I'm sure it's fine.
Midnight Blade.
I can't believe you disrespect I use that like that.
I am again. I forgot. Terse didn't forget.
Okay, fair.
Turs didn't disrespect her. I did.
Yeah.
Oh.
I could put it on the freaking hand wraps. That's fun.
True, yeah. You can, yeah. Okay. Is that your...
Can I say that I like just have it in my hand usually when I'm fighting anyhow?
Yeah, that's fine.
That doesn't really have. Okay, cool. I don't know why it says pick. I don't know why it said it was on the ground.
You were probably holding it at some point when you fell unconscious.
Oh. Okay.
Very-
And then
Very common character sheet management trip up.
are you kidding me right now? Critical miss.
Good.
16 is a critical miss?
Oh,
That makes sense.
your weapon rolls are not super good.
No.
I see you are not trained with that short sword.
Oop.
I can't just stab it in and call lightning, freaking power curse, all the nonsense.
You can.
I mean, you could just punch it after you do draw the lightning.
True.
Couldn't you? You just punch it.
Is that better than using a sword?
That is definitely better than using the sword.
Oh my
because you're
god,
actually,
it's plus 12.
Because you're trained with
Yeah.
your fists.
because you're actually
Oh my
trained.
God.
Lugger.
So.
Yeah, I guess I do slap things with fire. Might as well slap things with lightning. Okay.
You gotta get some
Okay.
practice in with the short sword.
Apparently. Okay, I guess that's my turn then.
Okay, Turgon, go ahead.
Next time.
He's not getting away from me.
Ooh.
It's already like wide-eyed for these things. They have fairly beady eyes, so it's kind of hard to tell. But it's already like looking around wildly after the vision of death it received from seeing. And then it like locks eyes on you as you walk up with the hammer. Dish out more punishment. Manages to hop out of the way of the second swing, though. You know what, game? I don't... You know, we can skip the dead one, actually. Okay. And it's
Can't
gonna...
even pick-
Sorry, go ahead.
It's like you can't even be pickpocketed right now.
I know, yeah. It's gonna step away, and...
You're always the first to know.
I guess it knows that you have some reach. It's just gonna turn tail and fucking run. Running straight.
All right, well, if
East.
it's running, I'm gonna hit it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So am I.
Well, nope, I'm not gonna hit it.
Let me read. Target this guy here.
Yeah, it runs straight east. It like dives into this rock and just digs into the rock almost without slowing down. Yep, just keeps going.
God.
Just digs
I almost want to reroll that on principle.
into this rock and downward and disappears from visual sight anyway. Okay. Both of his weapons are agile. I guess he doesn't need to twin feint right now, so he'll just stab, stab, stab. I shouldn't have done that. That's fine. The other one, not feeling very good himself, is going to hop off to the east. Take whatever attacks of opportunity may pop up, which surprisingly Ogwyn doesn't have. And it too burrows into the ground, leaving behind like a 15-foot wide hole for a moment that very quickly kind of collapses in on itself as this thing burrows underground. I guess they will both. They're not technically trained at sneaking, but they're both gonna try to hide with their flat +2. They don't do a very good job. So they're like underground. They're burrowed away They don't do a very good job of hiding their location, though. One is, like... I don't know. They are detectable if you care. But they are running away.
It's locked.
Oh.
You don't actually perceive a lock on it. You try to push it open, and there's like kind of a thunk, and it bounces back. The stone doors kind of like bounce back in your direction. It seems like it's barred from the other side. You hear a little bit of a whimper when you do too. Does anyone try to chase down these bullets, or are you fine letting them run away?
The stairs would let them go.
I'm gonna try to find one.
I'm trying to resist everything in my power not to like break the door down with the spell.
I mean...
Leo Cusco.
Do I just like stab into the ground, or how do I do it?
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Just start stabbing the ground, Turkon. You'll get him.
Yeah. You see there's like just a lump of like displaced dirt, kind of like classic cartoon like mole digging through the ground. There's just like a trail of this like displaced dirt kind of like heading off this way. And you could you could stab it into the ground and hit it pretty reliably right now if you wanted.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. God.
Oh boy.
Jesus Christ. All right. Hear a shuddering groan under the dirt as this thing like trying to dig away, there's a bit of a red puddle just starts like seeping up through the ground after you make that strike, and the ground stops moving.
After Turkon is done killing this guy, Isha is just kind of like, these dirt creatures are dead. Or repent. Unlock the door before I simply remove it.
The kind of like whimpering sound from the other side stops. All right, just give me a moment. And then there's like a kind of sliding, scratching sound, a heavy thunk, and then the door pops open. But we won't actually need the map for exploring this temple. But you see kind of a skinny man on the other side, despite kind of skinny, taller man, who bears a striking resemblance to Mr. Resden that you met in town. Despite the significantly different build, they have like almost identical, like crooked noses, very kind of similar mustache on this man's face, and he's just looking at you, shocked. Like opens the door and he sees you, and his eyes go wide, and he shuts the door again. And you hear a scrambling from the other side.
As he is like, as he like tries to close the door on me.
Big mistake, buddy.
I just hold out my hand.
You just prop the
and
door
just
open.
melt the hole through. I just melt the hole through the door.
It's just like, yeah, just like crumbles.
With the intention of like reaching through the door and like breaking the like locking mechanism.
Yeah. You see like there's a hole in the door and he's like holding up this this like board that had barred the door, and the like prong where he would have like shoved it to kind of to brace the door is just like tilts and like falls off of what's left of that part of the door, and he's just like staring at that spot and then stares at Isha through the hole in the door.
Yeah, and I just mage hand him the letter.
and he'll take that and he'll open it and say after a moment like, right, sure, whatever you say. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. And he'll start like fumbling in his pockets for it, and we can take a break there instead of taking one in the last 20 minutes like we always do.
Oh my god, we're such good time managers
Mm-hmm.
today.
So good.
Sounds
Very
good.
rude.
The rest of us. Sorry, Konnor, I have to exclude you.
I'll catch you guys in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
have also returned.
I never left.
Oh.
Well, I normally wouldn't have left either, because sometimes I just get up in the middle of session and go pee. But actually, I just...
You were an excuse. You're not allowed to do that.
I just didn't have a good time.
I am back.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Oh my god. You were having a hard time right there.
Yeah, talking and burping and also like trying to eat some of this
Mhm.
leftover rice was pretty hard to do all at the same time. She's doing it again. Sarah!
What?
She's doing the thing.
No, she's doing. Oh. Just say what you want, Marisa. Stop asking us questions you don't want answers to.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Let's see. Still missing Konnor?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Nope.
No, Connor's here, yeah.
Okay, I think we're all here.
Yep.
Okay. So. Oh, the song's just not gonna work for me, huh? How about this one? Infuriating. Fine, we'll go back to this one. See if I care. So.
That reminds me.
Hmm.
I cast this on Turkon.
Oh,
Well,
right.
why?
To get rid of the... Okay.
I
They'll be
forgot.
normal size again.
I think it's to get rid of the, like,
He has a brand. He has
Yeah.
the brand on him.
Oh.
faith brand.
I'm completely drawing a blank. When did I get a brand?
I think the voice hit
Like
you with a
fourth
spell.
session in.
Many moons.
The voice hit you with a
Mhm.
spell that gives any follower of the Seraph like a +1 or a +2 to hitting you.
Oh. Wow.
Wow.
Hasn't
Wow, what a jerk.
come up in a while. But yeah, it's just a permanent debuff if you permanent mark until you remove it, until you wash your forehead with enough dispel magic. Misha's got that covered for you.
Oh, thank you.
I was hoping you'd forget again, frankly.
Nope. I remember.
So so this tall fellow, you hand him the letter, and he'll kind of fumble through his pockets, and he'll yank the door open, and you'll see the inside of this church at the moment is just kind of completely rubble. Like there are stone pews that have kind of been cracked in half and left, just kind of, left askew, scattered all over this interior chamber. This lanky fellow with the thick mustache kind of digs through his pockets and gets to kind of satchel that he has at his side.
Are you saying that we have pews askew?
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry, continue. That's all I had.
And starts digging through this satchel, and then finally pulls out this thing that looks just kind of like a glass marble, mostly, with kind of this this bluish tint to it. Like, well, here it is. I'll show what this is about, but it's all yours. Thank you for the rescue here. Don't know what I would have done about those things. Just I hope they go away eventually.
They seemed quite happy to try to find you, as long as it takes.
Yeah. They showed up a couple of hours ago. In a mess of my camp around the corner. And I just scurried into the doors just in time.
Are you the only one here?
Yeah, they sent a patrol out to escort me here, but they're scheduled to pick me up in a couple of days.
Is he just holding the thing in his hands?
Yeah, like he's holding it out to you. Like, please take it.
Oh, Isha grabs it.
Okay. All right. I'll add it.
Well, I guess actually Isha walks up and grabs it because she's probably pretty far away. Or she like mage handed the letter.
Yeah, right.
Did the bauble have any kind of reaction to this church?
No. I mean, a bit weird, given that there's no top to the place. But no.
What do you say? No, what? To the place?
No top, no roof.
Bob.
How cute. He really thinks he's detecting the air quality.
We'll be relieving you of this duty.
Sure. Yeah. If you say so, let us say so. No arguments here.
Are you going to go K here by yourself for these next few days?
Well, I mean, hopefully. Hopefully those things don't come back.
Well, we did send them packing.
I heard a bit of that. Good job. I don't know what we've done if they stuck around.
He's just like looking through the rock as this is all happening.
Okay.
Through the rock.
Searching the place, or just casually.
That
I
probably
thought staring off. No,
what? Staring off.
you said looking through the rock. I thought it meant you were just staring through the rock. I was
Well,
being
it's
funny.
I from what I understand, it's like a semi-transparent like marble.
Oh, through the through the. Sorry, I see what you mean. Through the air quality bubble.
Yeah.
Call it what it is, Isha.
I'm new to this.
So you're looking through it. Yeah, you're like holding it up and kind of like looking like through the orb. Through the little marble. Okay. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Oh yeah. I'm so good at that.
Yeah, I mean, like he says, there's not really a reaction here. Not a lot going on. Looks a little... World looks a little blue looking through this thing. But only like a little.
Air's clear. That's good.
Yeah. I mean, it's like dusty up in this valley, but nothing that bad. I think it's supposed to detect like built up gas, that kind of thing. Gets like kind of
That makes sense.
sealed in like underground chambers sometimes.
Are there any underground access points here?
Well, records say so. Haven't really been able to talk to anyone who used to really knows about this place. It's I think it's been abandoned longer than some of the other places that we've investigated.
Let's say we have a look around, friends.
Tarkon's just gonna pick up the most obvious, like, pew and look under it and put it back down.
May I look around with religion?
Yeah. Yes, you may.
Actually, would this be interesting? Actually,
I would like to look around using crafting and architecture knowledge.
I guess since he said it's older, maybe this lore skill will make more sense.
Okay. All right, one moment.
Is that okay? Can I use crafting? My building knowledge of other buildings?
Yes. This church like connects seems to go under the plateau, just like Agwin said. So you find kind of like an alcove in the back that kind of stretches into the plateau a little bit, and at the end of it, at the end of this alcove, there is a relief, kind of a big relief carved into very pale kind of white stone compared to the rest of the kind of gray stone that this is all built out of. It's like a little bit dusty now, but still very kind of like striking contrast compared to some of the other material here. It seems to depict like a horizon and stars kind of hanging above the horizon. Let's see. Isha, you know that the Four loved planting, like, hidden messages and stuff in, like, tapestries or reliefs or carvings or murals like this. Kind of, like, magically hidden. Let's see. And Steris, you are looking around in this kind of more put together part of the church. The part that is, you know, not kind of collapsing in on itself. You actually find kind of directly opposite of this alcove and this this relief, in the wall behind what would have been kind of the I don't want to say the stage, but you know, the kind of the front of the
Dais?
Yes, correct, the dais. And the wall that would be standing behind that, you spot kind of a loose stone, loose brick, and you pull it aside, and there is a box inside. Hidden.
She'll pull it out.
Okay.
Open it up if
Yeah, you pop open.
possible.
You pop open the box, and you find a telescope inside.
Hmm.
Let me see. Oh, this should be. Hold on, don't look at that. It should be mystified. It is in your inventory as an unusual object. I just shouldn't have dragged this in there yet. Okay. Yeah, I guess you just find this this like hand telescope. It can kind of like fold down to be a convenient kind of pocketable size. And it's kind of crafted of this kind of fine silver, like fine silver joints and fittings around a very like well crafted kind of wooden encasement. This kind of like pale treated wood.
Okay. She'll kind of peer through it and then settle in to try to identify it.
Okay. Turkon and Turris, your efforts don't really yield results in the first 10 minutes. Turris, you keep getting distracted by how this cathedral kind of like, or how this church kind of like fell apart, how the roof kind of collapsed. Like, they must have done the arch The arch at the top, all wrong. You get a little caught up in that, and in that first, like, 10-minute search, you don't find much interesting.
Use this cue.
If I see that, if Isha sees that Turris is just kind of like wandering around, kind of like cursing at the arches, she'll direct him towards using Read Aura on the relief. And any of the tapestries he can find.
Very well, but these arches are still abysmal.
Well, I don't think they assumed that this part of the building would be used by the common people, so I think that makes sense, sadly.
Oh, whoops. Accidentally closed all the little pop-ups I had open.
I can cast this on 10 objects.
You can. So you cast Read Aura, and you kind of focus your mind on this relief. And it does indeed have a... It is indeed magical. Like the whole relief sculpture is magical. So you have a bonus to kind of identify the magic upon it, but also as you're reading Aura, you can just kind of plainly see this like hidden text kind of across the relief. Becomes clear to you, and you can read it while you are sustaining this Read Aura spell.
I'm gonna squint curiously at.
Okay. Actually, what? Let me stand by one moment. Okay. It is in a language that you do not speak or read.
Do I have I seen this language before in the past, just like offhand in any text?
Go ahead and roll society. Yes, this appears to be a language known as Utopian. It is kind of related to like just very old structures made by the Four. In particular, it's kind of associated with like the floating cities in the times of old.
Does anybody here know Utopian?
Yes.
Well, here we go. And I'm going to just take take a journal out and kind of write down the words on a journal.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then Isha.
Is this a speak friend and enter situation?
I mean, we'll see. Isha, what he writes down, there's a couple of characters that are written down maybe a little bit askew, but it says, "Blessed are we who may catch the glimmering veneer of Aeons on a whim. Hold not with passing fancy. Drown in the dark to find the light. A plea for this gift, and I will part the shallows." And I can copy and paste that, since it is literally written down.
Yeah, so she is like, she starts saying this, what sounds like a poem to her.
Yeah, it probably literally is a poem in Utopian, but it doesn't like perfectly rhyme translated to Common.
We know what god this temple represents. This temple was erected for.
Yeah, you guys know that this was listed in the logbook as being a temple of Scala.
Hmm. And Skull's the one that Steris likes, right?
Nope.
No.
Isha.
No?
Well,
Isha,
doesn't like. They have a complicated relationship.
Yes.
Mm.
The one Steris likes is Denala, but frankly, she likes all
No.
of them. But Denala specifically.
There's has got all the band shirts. And so this is not which one was it again? Scala, not Denala.
Yes.
Scala Denala. That's why I got confused. And Scala is the god of what again?
Kind of. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say like time.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know if Scene would know this.
We've all collectively had the kind of at least have some
On
public
account,
knowledge or whatever.
on account of the four being the primary religion of the entire world, I think that most of this stuff is pretty common knowledge.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is pretty common knowledge, and also because the four are the primary religion of the entire world, each kind of covers a wide domain. So Scala is like the domain of time, but also of like entropy and kind of the stars and the cosmos, and yeah.
Okay, so none of that seems to be super time related for this particular. How bright is it in here?
It's you guys got here in daytime. There's a decent amount of light in here.
Perhaps we have to wait till nighttime.
Don't think that's necessarily the case. I mean, it would make sense, maybe, if the Lady of Stars is pedantic, which she is.
It is known.
That says a plea for this gift. Please drown us in darkness. Anything? Anything?
Nothing happens when you shout that out.
Bueller?
You tried, Turris. You tried.
I will plea, but with religious.
Okay.
Intent.
Do you want to? Are you hazarding a guess at the specific prayer, or are you relying on the roll?
I think that, unfortunately, I don't think Isha really understands what is being asked for here.
Okay.
Can see
Because I don't particularly understand either, so...
No, that's fair. Sorry, go ahead, Konnor.
Can Scene roll anything to see if this poem sounds like any of the songs that he knows, or reminds him of a song? Like maybe do any of the lines match any lyrics?
And what do you want to use to recall this?
Let me look.
The thing that's throwing me off is like, I will part the shallows.
Yeah. What
Mhm.
shallows?
Shallow people, probably.
Put
A
them,
mean girls
put
situation.
them all in half.
Mean girl situation.
I guess the one that makes the most sense is society.
Okay.
Unless I can convince you to let me use performance.
Not for recalling knowledge, typically. Unless there's something special enabling it.
Can I use society then?
Yes.
I do think that maybe we should, because like we're not like underground, right? We're just like in the church.
You're like a tiny bit underground. You're in this this bit carved out of the plateau above you. So you're like maybe 10, 15 feet underground, sideways. You know what I mean?
But like the sky is visible to us, right?
Here
Or is there a ceiling?
there is a bit of a ceiling. Kind of around the corner you can see the sky. Seeing you think that this poem is... I've heard a similar kind of poem in a song in the past. You can tell me the specifics about that if you like. You think that this is talking about like starlight and like the song that you heard kind of waxed poetic about given the music that Scene listens to, maybe it's just about how like cool it is that like our eyes and our sight can like reach these things that are so far away. In like an instant.
Okay. You guys know how, like, the stars up there are already dead?
That's slightly morose.
Sorry, what both of you said? I did not hear either one.
You said they're already dead. Isha said that's not true.
And Tara said that's slightly morose.
The scene's gonna blink at both of you, specifically a little more turned towards Isha. What do you mean?
I could understand why people would believe that, but that is just not true.
Whoops, I did not mean to deafen.
He said, I hate this
Scene just
answer.
couldn't. Yeah, Scene couldn't stand to be told that he's wrong.
Couldn't stand it.
I can see what you're saying, but I can't hear it, so get fucked.
Oh,
Correct.
wait, I think I figured it out. Okay,
Oh.
the shallows are the clouds.
All right.
You
we'll
can pray
start-
here, and Scala will part the clouds so you can see the night sky.
That makes sense.
Anyway, you know how the stars are all dead?
I'm right here.
Okay, well, some of the stars have to be dead. So, Scene, continue with your point.
And you know how we're still able to see him?
Mhm.
It's like the light uses our eyes as windows into the soul.
Well, I'm glad I don't have any, I guess.
That's beautiful scene.
It's like he'll just like trail off and get lost in thought.
There's, you can go ahead and roll
But
the check to identify this item if you'd like. I'll post the thing.
Thank you for posting the thing.
Jesus, those are numbers for sure on the check. Okay.
Ooh. But- you just jumping in here, scene.
Yeah.
Oh, bless your heart. Why isn't it? Okay.
He feels
Also,
like he can
As we're talking about this,
Mhm.
Isha realizes that tourists can't speak or read Utopian.
He's just sounding it out best he can in common.
and it's your Visisha didn't instill you with the knowledge of the language of the Four?
Well, she didn't quite know that I existed in the first place.
Interesting.
It's funny because now that Isha mentions it, like, you remember the one time that Visisha kind of like held out a hand and like just kind of muscle memory commanded you to fetch a book? That command was in Utopian, now that you think about it.
Not them.
But it sounded like these characters look for sure. But you just don't speak it. It's a little weird.
It's in my brain. I just need to unlock it.
You're only using 20% of your brain.
Yeah.
I suppose it sort of makes sense.
Well, perhaps now's the time to unlock it.
Or perhaps Isha could try teaching you.
But with that,
Unlock.
if you'd like to try to translate this stuff without knowing the language, you can roll society. Kind of slowly use this language. Nope. Okay.
I was really hoping that'd be abnaturally high.
Ceres, you do not manage to identify the specifics of this telescope yet. Scene, you're like, you kind of don't really sit with it as long as Ceres is, but you glance at it, you're pretty sure it's actually like
A really cool drumstick.
a thing to capture the voice. Not the man, but you know.
I was like, huh? We have a weapon specific?
Finally.
Like maybe you could catch him too. But you know, you're pretty sure something will happen if you sing into it. Isha, with this kind of like epiphany about the poem saying that Scala will like part the clouds to allow her followers to like see the stars. that lowers the DC enough that you can kind of put together a prayer with your religion check to kind of activate this wall, you think. If you would like.
I will try to do so as sincerely as possible.
Okay.
Scene would ask Isha to like tell him the lines of the poem, and he's gonna try and sing the lines of the poem into this thing.
Tendril it out of my hand and sing into it suddenly.
It's a microphone, not a telescope.
Eris, this isn't a micro. This is a microphone. Let me show you. Starts belting.
Isha just like slides him a piece of paper with the translated poem.
Okay.
Well, she's busy praying.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
So, Isha, you utter a prayer to Scala about a little bit parroting the poem on the wall, saying like asking Scala to part the veil above, so that you can immerse yourself in darkness and find the points of light, find the stars. And after a moment, a seam kind of like appears down the middle of this wall, and it starts to part sideways and slide open to reveal a tunnel beyond, going deeper under the plateau.
Shall we? And then she'll say age before beauty and go in first.
Terrace would follow.
Okay. Everyone start to
Maybe with a little awe twinkling in her eye that no one can see behind the veil.
Does everyone start to pile in?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, so you guys start to enter this hallway. And it just extends forward into the dark. And as you find yourselves kind of surrounded by this darkness, kind of descending deeper into the plateau, this hallway is kind of excruciatingly even and uniform. Plenty of space. Turkon, you can walk through here without like hunching or anything like that, but it still feels like a little claustrophobic in this tunnel, but also almost too big. The floor is made of these tiles that are like impossibly black.
Vanta black.
And they seem to like reflect your companion's footsteps, those who have footsteps. As you continue on, but
Slither steps.
yeah, but don't reflect like any other light. I don't know if someone has like a torch out.
Yeah, I need a torch. I'd have a torch out.
Okay. The torch doesn't
I'm
like
gonna activate my goggles.
the torch doesn't light the floor in any way. I forgot about your goggles.
My goggles.
She's so psyched.
I'm so psyched.
There's
Hey, I
that.
want goggles like that. What the heck?
You and everyone with dark vision, you see this kind of pattern on the wall that almost spirals down the hallway going forward, as far as you can see, of this pattern of like kind of uniform stars twisting through the tunnel. You look more closely at them, these thousands of stars in this hallway, and every single one of them has an eye in the center of it.
Oh.
And these are all extruding from the wall slightly. And you follow this for quite a few minutes. Stretches on for probably maybe a 15-minute walk. Maybe even a little bit longer. It's a little hard to tell. But you long lose sight of the entrance behind you. It's just light enough outside that it's like this pinprick of light. As either side of you is just like darkness stretching on and on. And then very kind of suddenly, you come to an exit. The hallway ends and opens into a sparse circular room that is deceptively small at first. There's a pedestal in the middle with a spiraling diamond-like stonework. And there's an hourglass sitting upon this pedestal. As you kind of look around, you realize that the circular room is actually quite tall. It's like you're in the inside of a hollow, narrow tower that kind of widens as it goes up. And you realize, thanks to Turris's torchlight, kind of reflecting a little bit, that there are sheets and sheets of glass above you in this tower, going wider and wider as it goes up. And at the very, very top, there's a little kind of hazy light at the very top. What would you like to do?
Hold on, I'm writing stuff down.
Me
That's fair.
too. Is the bauble reacting?
I don't know if Isha is still holding it out, but
Yeah, well, I'm holding it in my wing hand.
yeah. No, that is not.
Okay. Are these sheets of glass platforms or barriers?
More barriers, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't see any way to really climb on top of them very easily. Yeah, they take up the whole circumference of the room.
Okay. I guess I'll try to pay a little more attention to the arrangement of the blush sheets and see if I can discern a specific purpose.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's a telescope.
Having just found a telescope, the construction does look shockingly similar. It does a little bit remind you of the telescope that you just found, but fair to say hundreds of times? Yeah, I think hundreds of times bigger.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta speak real loud.
Turris, perhaps if you snuff out your light, whatever light's at the top of the tower will be amplified through the glass?
Okay. And he'll snuff out his light.
Okay.
You said there was an hourglass on a pedestal, right?
Yeah, right in the dead center of the room, there is an hourglass on a pedestal. You snuff out the light. The glass sheets above you, the lenses kind of become harder to see. You can see that it is kind of magnifying that hazy light from up above, and there's kind of a ring of light, kind of focused to kind of the top of the hourglass, kind of the floor around the hourglass, there's like a patch of kind of like very bright, bright but patchy light, kind of right in the middle of the room, right around the middle, maybe 3 feet of the room, 4 feet, 5 feet, something like that.
You said something about diamond engravings.
Yeah. So the pedestal is like circular, but the stonework kind of up around the outside of this pedestal, instead of being just like a smooth circle of stone, it's kind of this like twisting diamond pattern. Seems like just like decoration for the pedestal.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yeah.
Like, so I have so many relevant lores.
So much of your lore is relevant. That must be so nice.
Well, I mean, I have an astrology lore. Like,
Wow. Oh my god. Your hyper-specific lore is finally
no,
coming
my
in
hyper.
handy.
I have so many. Yeah. Well, also my hyper-specific lores are specific on purpose. So,
Well,
you know.
What would you like
correct.
to know with this hyper-specific lore? What question are you asking?
What am I looking? So obviously it's like magnifying a light from something. I
Yeah.
just want to know what astrological body it's magnifying from.
Literally just,
The sun.
yeah. Right now it's just like the sun is out, wherever this exits on top. It's still getting some light from up there. It's not totally open on top, whatever is going on here. But yeah, it's just like daylight that's filtering down, which isn't like you can tell it's not the intended purpose, but that's what's happening here. Like everything is
Okay.
mechanically
Well, that makes
working correctly, but it's not, it's not meant to be a fancy skylight. But that's effectively what it is at this moment.
We gotta wait till night. Or you can just yoink
Do
the
we?
hourglass and see what happens.
Yeah, it's like so. Like Isha's like looking up, and you say that, and she's like, "Do we?" And she just like flips over the hourglass,
Okay.
but she also says, "None shall stop the flow of time," because that is important to students of such things.
Well, so you approach to flip the hourglass, and like as you approach the center of the room, where kind of this light is focused, the light suddenly gets kind of like patchy and swirly down here. And a glance up shows that there's just like a swirl of dust suddenly at the very top, like above, like far above you at the top of whatever this apparatus is. Dust is swirling like up and off of the lens, the very top lens of this. And the stone kind of like shifts beneath your feet, and the whole room kind of like swings just a little bit, like you're in a, we would get the feeling of like moving up in an elevator or like sideways in a bus, or kind of both at the same time. The whole room shifts in this chamber. And above you, once the dust kind of swirls away, suddenly the daylight does dim over the course of a couple of seconds. And then you can see darkness first, followed by like points of light, kind of hazy and unfocused up above you. And with all of that change happening, do you still reach out, grab the hourglass, and flip it?
So so I'm approaching the thing.
Yeah, you just get
I walk to the thing, and as I like walk into the ring of light,
Yep.
it like shifts the entire shit,
Yes, it activates this whole shit. As you said, this whole room activates. Dust like lifts off of the top of the lens far above you. And you see like the lenses above you kind of like shifting up and down and like aligning themselves. You hear like gears kind of clicking beyond the walls. Which, by the way, Skull's stuff is not usually mechanical like this, so that's a little bit odd.
That is a little bit odd.
Yeah. So yeah, stepping into the middle of the room, turned it on.
Yeah, well, I mean, I said I flipped the thing over.
Okay.
I'll just flip it over, I guess.
Okay. I guess
I love the commitment.
as you're doing that, just as you are flipping this, you hear the voice of Brother Resden from the hallway starting to say, well, I never found any, and then it just kind of like slows down, like, any of you, and then stops. And everyone else inside the room, you look over your shoulder and you see Resden in the hallway, not quite in the room, just like frozen. You see his mouth like moving to speak, and then it just like stops like mid-sentence. Isha, you looking up, as you like flip this, the like stars that are coming into view kind of like stop twinkling and like freeze. Stop kind of like moving across the sky. I mean, you're in tune enough with stuff to know that time did, despite what you just said, did in fact stop.
Anybody get a marker?
No.
I mean, I've got my
Wait,
drawing
so as
supplies.
I flipped over the hourglass, right?
Yes. Oh, the hourglass is running out, but time paused.
Oh, okay.
But the hourglass is still active. And
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, she won't be able to stop it forever. Anisha like points to the hourglass. This is the hubris of the four that we warned them of.
What do you mean?
I don't have a way to clarify that more.
I believe it's Isha's opinion that this is hubris.
It certainly is a feat of complex magic. But to what end? What's the point of it all?
Well, it seems like an important artifact. One that perhaps we could use in our fight against the Seraph.
Isha will kind of like sit down as the hourglass is like running out. It is maybe something they were using to observe the Seraph.
And how would this lend itself well to that, exactly?
It is a giant telescope.
You should go ahead and roll me a everyone who has looked upward can roll me a perception check. Everyone who's vaguely interested in this picture of the stars up above.
I also use read aura.
Okay. There's magical shit here for sure.
Yep.
You are blinded by the magic.
I have a question. If I look up, what do I see? Because I probably have something better than perception.
Yeah, I mean, you see stars, you see constellations, familiar ones.
Okay. Can I just use my astrology lore then?
Yes. Yeah.
Since everyone else is using perception, I'll hopefully get some different answers here. My astrology lore skill is just like plus 17, so.
Okay.
If you just want to use my regular roll that I just rolled.
Yeah, okay. Excellent. So, Steris and Turkan, you notice that these stars, these constellations, are not the ones that you are used to looking up at in your travels. Ones that you're used to having above your head, and stars do change whether you're in the southern or northern hemisphere, but and you've technically crossed that line slightly. But Steris, you also know you catch something in these stars that reminds you of kind of the way the sky bent when that first earthquake happened before the Seraph star appeared in the sky. Like there's some constellation that you catch, some pattern of stars that reminds you of that moment, and seeing the same kind of constellation hanging north past Montclana. So on the flip side of that, Isha, you know that these are the stars as it's changed a bit in let's see.
In a long time.
Yeah. Changed a bit. These are the stars as you previously... You know this to be the truth of the stars. Before the four kind of like bent the sky to hide the world away. To make their barriers, their camouflage that was hiding them from the Seraph. So, more than just parting the clouds, this telescope peers beyond that veil.
Isha, seeing the sky she once remembered, will say, "It's nice to see you, old friends."
Well, it's nice to see you too, Isha.
Oh, you're my young friends.
My apologies.
Understandable.
Perhaps this was used to track the Seraph's travels through the cosmos. These stars remind me of the day he arrived.
Yes. That makes sense.
Ogwin's kind of standing near the edge of the room, kind of hands on his hips. He's actually been staring at Resden and like kind of waved in front of his face. And then as you guys are talking, kind of like turns back around towards you guys, hands on his hips, and is like, "Yes, that's what I was going to say. It makes plenty of sense to me."
Does he know what he's talking about?
Ogwin?
Yeah.
No.
Man, he's just doing his best. He's just
Hashtag act
doing
like
his-
you belong.
Literally.
I mean, he's telling the truth. That makes sense to him. ? Good enough for him. But
Has anyone tried to look through the telescope yet?
We are
not
looking through it
that
right now.
Oh, that is.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah, I was like, we are literally inside of the telescope.
Part of the,
Okay, I just understood that
part of the magic part
initial thing.
of the telescope is that you don't have to squint through a tiny little lens that you have to stick your eye socket to. You just have to
Right.
stand in this room and you can kind of see the magnified view above you. It's a little rough on the neck though after a couple of minutes.
Can I?
That's why you just lay down on the ground.
I'm gonna see if this thing is holographic in some way. I'm gonna like do one of those like Tony Stark, put my fingers up and see if I can magnify and enhance it.
Yeah, so like, I mean, when you put your hand up, I don't know if this is exactly what you're trying to do necessarily, but you like put your hand up and you're trying to kind of manipulate the image in some way, and the whole like, again, the whole room kind of like shifts, kind of like swings downward, and the section of the sky that you are viewing kind of like shifts sideways, and you're like kind of scrolling across to a different collection of stars.
Ooh, quite novel.
Can you find a place that has no such star? Can you find a place without a sun?
I'll start looking around.
Okay. Interesting request.
Mm-hmm.
I will attempt to help him find
Okay.
it, I guess. Since
Yeah.
I can do that.
Go ahead and aid.
Is that a perception check
Oh,
from
I
me,
did
or
not mean
something
to. I
else?
did not mean to use that.
Okay.
I meant to reveal it. Can you just reveal it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I guess I'm just aiding here.
We'll go with that initial 32.
Hmm.
Yeah. So you'll get a plus, I guess plus 4 for this. Okay, so as you're kind of like looking across, kind of like scanning the sky, you get this like voice in your head. I used to have been quiet for a little while, but then at this request, I guess I think just everyone in the party hears the voice of Ayusip saying, "Must we?"
Get out of my head, sword. You will gaze upon your wrecked universe.
There's kind of this sense of bristling, but there are no more words. And then, sorry, just laughing because a GIF popped up. It takes a couple of moments. The hourglass kind of runs out. Seems like it takes about 5 minutes for that to happen. The hourglass runs out, and Resden kind of like finishes saying like, "Found this? How'd you... that moving?" And he just continues being confused as they'll kind of like walk forward and like stumble into the room as it swings away from kind of the entrance, kind of the tunnel that leads in. They'll shut up again after a couple of moments when it's obvious that you guys are busy. And then a couple of minutes after that, you do find a patch where there's kind of a conspicuously blank spot. A patch where there is no star.
Magnify, enhance.
You will see nothing there. There is no light.
Reverse the polarity.
reverse the polarity.
Well, as you think about having it magnified, the clicks in the gears kind of like start to you hear them again in the walls of this chamber. And the lenses do kind of like shift and kind of like blow up that part of the image until this like just like darkness kind of like fills the lens above you. And Isha's right that no light is reaching you and that you don't see anything there. But you kind of like shudder with this strange knowledge that there is something there. And it like turns your stomach a little bit. And
There's something yet nothing.
you don't totally know why.
Cthulhu?
Why would you wish to look upon something like this, Isha?
So I may understand.
What are we trying to understand? There's nothing.
What I can offer them to get off of my planet.
An alternative place for the four.
No, their original place.
Doesn't seem to be much there now.
That is not their home. Comes Ayusip's voice again.
What is it then? Stairs will respond to the sword.
Is mine and the Seraphs.
You came from where the Seraph came from?
Yes.
Well, what can you tell us about it?
About the world?
Yes.
I can tell you that it was ruled by sun worshippers. They received power from the sun. There were them, and then there were people who lived away from their tyranny, who lived underground, lived beneath. Those who lived in the sun were powerful. Too powerful to fight. To truly rebel, so we had to hide in the dark where they could not have their power. We had stories and prophecies about how one day the sun would go out and they would not have their power, and then the people below would conquer the surface, take it back. And then she kind of like hesitates. And after a moment of like kind of trying to figure out how to go forward with the story, she says, and then it did. And the Seraph was born, and we did not have our conquest.
The Seraph was born by the sun going out.
Yes.
That's rather concerning.
The way the sun worshippers would tell the story is the seraph was born from their cries of anguish and arrived to deliver them from that suffering, to save them.
And of course, that's not how you would say it.
I would say murderers and tyrants willingly gave their souls to hold on to power.
Not a far cry, I suppose.
It is fairly obvious that Ayusip is intentionally glossing over the part of the story where the sun goes out.
Mm-hmm.
And fairly obvious that Ayusip is not a great liar.
I understand it might be difficult to recount, given what side of that conflict you were on. But what caused the sun to go out?
Go ahead and make a diplomacy check if you don't mind.
Oh, great.
You can aid someone else in that
I'm
check.
so incredibly diplomatic.
If someone else wants to backstare us up, could make that.
I can backstare us up.
Truly, you should just make the main roll.
Mhm.
Right.
'Cause there's no way
by-
this-
That's what I mean in this case by backstare us up. Just kind of take over.
I don't have the tact for this.
You know what? I'm gonna re-roll that. Ooh.
Well. That's so close. That is so close to failing.
Oh. But Steris is helping me now, right?
Well, no,
And
Yeah.
you don't
With a
want
five-
Steris'.
with a
You don't
five,
want
that's-
Steris' help right
yeah,
now.
with a
You don't want Steris' help right now.
that's not the word I would use.
Steris is not helping you.
I can intimidate her.
After a moment, she says, I was young when it happened, but they say that heroes from beyond our world heard our prayers somehow and came and took away the source of the surface dwellers' power. Took away the sun. Poor heroes. And since Scala is the one who returned to the world and retrieved me, saved me in this form, I am inclined to think that's correct.
So the Four turned off the sun.
Their emergence, more likely.
I think. I think they were at war with the surface dwellers before. It's just kind of what I've put together. We didn't really. We were underground. We didn't have stories about that.
So in their efforts to help, the Seraph was born, and the conflict continued.
I think that is true. I think that is correct.
Say that again. I kind of missed it.
I said in their efforts to help, the Seraph was created, or the Seraph was born.
And I said yes, true.
But doesn't the Seraph have some sort of family?
In the way that all deities are related. Probably, would be my assumption. A direct bloodline is possible, but we are creatures of concept.
That might be correct. There were also stories that the star itself that something screamed through the star after it died.
Does anyone have an idea what that was?
Not really. There are other stories that people who stared at the dark star too long would start to hear voices. But I don't know how true that is. I don't know.
Let's find out. We have the telescope pointed at the dark star right now, don't we?
It seems that you do, yes.
Do not stare. Whatever you can see will surely see you back. Then stare.
How's that a character? It's just hard.
Perhaps we could get information if we do stare.
Oh, I got this. I'm built for this. and Steve is gonna like push his way to the telescope.
Again, we are inside of it.
Correct. Yes, you're in
Once
He
more.
looked up.
you're in the barrel of the
It does hurt
telescope.
my brain a little bit, but
Meanwhile, from the corner of the room, resident of the tall, it's just like,
So, this part probably should be listed as off limits then.
Most definitely.
I don't even think that this should be restored.
Well, I mean, we have a contract, and
Your contract can certainly be altered.
I can make that recommendation to my brother. Not really on the business. I'll send that along.
Seeing you're just staring.
Before I do, can I make a nature roll
Yeah.
to see if this concept of like voices coming from I guess how he's interpreting it is like the dark star is like a dying star. So essentially, can I make a roll to be like, is it normal to hear voices coming from like a dying star?
And
I can't imagine what the face seat is making, thinking of such a
do you want to do that with
absolutely insane question.
with a nature check?
Yeah.
Give it a shot.
All right. Do you want it hidden or? Let me blind GM roll. Please be a 20.
No, you didn't critically fail, but you did fail. So you're just you're not sure.
Yeah, in that case, Scene's just gonna stare.
Okay.
Stop and stare.
Let's see.
Getting any messages from the cosmos scene?
I always do.
Go ahead and roll a perception check, I guess. We're just full on staring.
Hidden?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So you're just staring up there, and you're staring, and then there's just this moment where like your eye is strained, and you just gotta blink. You just gotta blink, and as your lid is sliding shut, there is this like, you think back for just a moment, there's like a flash to like the hallway behind you with the stars and stars and stars and stars, all with like an eye in the center of them. And then the entire like dome of the sky above you, just as in the instant that you are closing your eyelid, you see like thousands of eyelids like suddenly open in the dark sky that you are staring at. And then you like tear your eye back open. You just blink your eye back open immediately and you look up. You're like, oh, and nothing's there.
He's gonna blink again.
Nothing.
He's gonna go back into the hallway and look at the eyes.
Yeah. Really unsettling imagery. Suddenly,
He's gonna poke one.
it's just stone. It's just a design.
Yeah.
Kind of like
That is not going to stop him from poking.
yeah, no. Totally. You just kind of feel the what do you call it, the topography of it. Just normal stone.
Okay. Yeah.
But poetically, like, that's probably related to what I just saw. That might be maybe a reminder, maybe a warning. Not sure.
He's gonna go back and stare up at the sky again.
Okay.
While Seed is doing this, Isha realizes that the actual like hallway has a map in it. Right? Is that what it was kind of described as?
I described it as a fairly uniform pattern of like twisting stars through the whole hallway.
Anyways, Isha will kind of go and explore and see if there's something to this pattern, I guess.
You find inconspicuous in your first walk through the hallway. You find one that has been like flattened, like scraped off. And you can like feel the spot where the stonework used to be kind of like coming out there, but it has been yeah, it's just been like flattened down. Then weirdly, you can turn the position of that in that spiraling pattern. You can like use that to extrapolate where to find that spot in the sky back in the telescope room.
Okay.
And it is not the same star that you already found.
Yeah, I guess it kind of sounds like Turris is like in control of the machine, right? So
Really anyone can.
no, okay.
Yeah, this isn't like a
I could
tourist.
just do it with flair.
A tourist specific thing. Anyone can.
Do it with flair.
Anyone can guide this room if they're standing in the center. Tourist was just the first one to try it.
Okay. Does Seed see anything else, or is he done seeing, as it were?
He's just dead eye staring into.
See if you want to roll me another perception check, or if you have a different roll you'd like to try.
Cena's gonna tape his eyelid open.
Yeah.
Get the clockwork orange set up.
I'm trying to see. Is there?
Yeah, I guess I'll give Scene one more
Ooh.
opportunity to go fucking mad, and then
You gotta give him his chances.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to.
Gotta prepare an exit for him somehow.
Yeah. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and see these eyes again.
This is how you become a famous musician.
You see nothing. You don't see anything. It's a dark spot in the sky.
Okay.
You
But I'm
spend like a
I'm
few minutes
staring-
staring and trying to find it.
Okay.
It doesn't happen again. Just to reveal the two rolls.
Oh. Right.
wow,
Wow.
wow.
Okay. But I am staring at this star,
Yeah.
right?
Well, I mean, you're staring at the spot where they said there's a star that
Okay.
once existed.
Yeah.
I'm going to try.
If Scene doesn't see anything, I just change it.
Wait. Before that happens, he's going to try to use Curse of the Evil Eye on this star.
What?
Okay. Focus the gaze on a foe. It just
There's a foe
literally
within
doesn't have a
30
ring.
feet.
Oh, it does say.
Oh
30
wait,
feet,
no.
okay.
Okay, 30 feet. That's dumb.
Okay,
Never
okay.
mind.
It's like light years away.
Ugh.
How does Steris know what a light year is?
Okay, sorry. It's a cosmically large distance away. Think of how long it took the Seraph to get here. I don't know how long it took, actually.
Okay.
Feasibly since the four hid themselves away. So a long ass time.
So, Isha, you move the whole array to find this other spot.
I am moving it.
All right. You follow this little map that you have worked out in your head, following the hallway, kind of following this pattern of stars, and then you find one. The star itself doesn't seem remarkable against the others in the sky, but you can kind of like zoom in on it, and it kind of like the lenses above you keep shifting and shifting and shifting until that speck, what was just a speck in the sky, is kind of like this shimmering light that is filling most of, well, not most of, a goodly portion of the sky, of the lens above you. And it kind of, the lenses keep sliding around, getting everything to focus. And then there's kind of like this, like in a lens at the very top, there's like this ink splotch that kind of, what looks like an ink splotch kind of starts to, kind of shows up as like a pinprick in the middle of where it's focused on this star. And then it kind of like expands in like a perfect circle until it's like eclipsing the star. And you can kind of see this, it's almost aura, this shimmery swirl of like gas and light kind of surrounding the star. And once that's done, and the star is kind of dimmed in the scope of the telescope, you can see like little, much smaller orbs kind of slinging around this star, kind of like slowly moving, shining just slightly, almost like little pinpricks of starlight themselves, shining off the edge of these orbs, kind of just slowly moving from this perspective around the star.
Are you Sip? Explain.
Explain.
What we were seeing. I have my own theories, but
To clarify, I know about my homeworld. I know a little bit about the Four. And then I know a lot about a necromancer in a desert. And I don't really know what we're looking at.
interesting.
How's this described again?
You guys have zoomed in on a
There's like
star
an
in your...
inky. There's like a splotch that is like dimming a star.
Yes, that is, to be clear, a mechanical effect of the telescope. That is
Yeah.
the telescope is dimming the star so you can see the
Oh,
worlds around it.
brightness.
But then there are around this star are smaller orbs.
Yes.
That are like moving around it.
Yes. Six globes are spinning around the star.
And this was in the hallway, a part of the
No.
no?
I found a star that was scratched out
Mm-hmm.
in the hallway. I came to find that star, and this is the star.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Can we zoom in on one of the little orbs then? Like one of the biggest ones? One of the... What do they call it? Well, I guess tourists would have no idea in terms of what is it? The Goldilocks... what do they call it? The Goldilocks belt or something?
There are 6 orbs. You blow up the image. You are somewhat reaching the limits of this apparatus. But yeah, you can kind of see 6 orbs, like I said, kind of spinning around this star. You can catch details of individual ones. You can kind of the like lenses kind of tilt and bend to try to magnify one at a time, or at least like one corner of this disc, this set of worlds spinning around the star. You don't know what to call it. This kind of system of bodies around a solar thing.
Oh, I see.
They're
like,
right? I mean, that's a Greek word, isn't it?
No, I understand what he's saying now. We had a different idea. Like, in my mind, I thought that this star had like 4 orbs symmetrically around it, but actually it's just a solar system.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I just misunderstood what was being explained.
No problem. Totally understandable in this case,
Well, I mean, you described it as smaller orbs rotating around it, and my brain immediately was like...
Sorry.
My brain did not think about the layout, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I did the plain English bit. just to clarify. But, there's a good chance many of the characters don't exactly know what they're looking at. So yeah. If you'd like, you can roll a perception check and I will tell you details about the specific worlds.
I don't know if I actually care.
That's fair.
I guess.
Turris had asked, so I'm just...
Turris cares.
Yeah.
I care.
Yeah, you see a couple of orbs there of various colors. There's like 3 smaller ones, 3 bigger ones. One has some faint rings. One of the smaller ones is kind of this ashy red. It almost has like a glow to it, but almost one you find oddly unsettling. The red kind of like pulses with this pinkish purple that almost that reminds you very much actually of the Seraph's vessel that he arrived on when it was shining in the sky.
What the? And I can't zoom in any more than what it's currently at, right?
Correct. Well, it
That's
is a
very disconcerting.
magically enhanced telescope that is slightly beyond its capabilities.
Is this perhaps somewhere that Seraph conquered in the past?
Well, that does not seem likely, since it seems that whenever he conquers a system, he kills the sun. That was his threat to us, at least.
He was born from the destruction of this sun, yes?
Well, that sun is still there, right?
This sun is still here.
Or I should say the previous one. Not
Yeah,
this one.
Iusip described her world as described the sun as being destroyed, and then the seraph emerged from the cries of anguish from ostensibly it sounded like she was saying she thought the four came to the world, collapsed the sun, and then the seraph was born.
From the pure power of the sun, eh?
Well, from the anguish of the sun worshippers, perhaps. Or perhaps it was just completely coincidental. But if what Isha's sharing, his threat to our world that you heard was for him to destroy our sun.
Say that again, sorry?
The threat the Seraph made that Isha was referring to, presumably from before our time, was...
No, this was literally, he threatened us with destroying our sun.
Oh.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry. Maybe I specifically care about that for no particular reason. But that was literally, he was like, I'll fucking blow up your sun. Fuck you. And I was like, that's crazy, but all right. That was not, it's not from before. It's literally from like session 4.
Oh, okay. Wow, a lot of things from session 4 are coming up today.
The groundwork, you might say.
The groundwork. Oh.
I mean, it's definitely not session 4. It's probably much closer to like
19-ish. Whenever you guys talk to the Seraph.
Yeah, but you know, it's from a time ago.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
In that case, it probably, maybe, would be more thematically consistent if the star you were looking at right now was also collapsed.
That would be thematically consistent.
So what Tura said was not about the last last system. It's about the system.
Yeah, but I think Isha will correct you and say that if there's like an oddly glowing planet, that makes sense that he came from that other system and then conquered this one to make it make sense. But I think that's probably what happened, at least.
I think you're correct.
I also think I'm correct. I'm glad we both think I'm correct.
Is this the only other system like this?
There are no others scratched out.
Is there a name to this system? Is there anything we can learn from it? Anything that we can use to prevent it from happening again?
I wonder.
Killing the Seraph. That's the lesson we're to learn, I think. We're looking at our planet's future if we don't defeat him.
You think there's anything left on this planet?
I'm sure there's plenty left.
If it is like mine, then yes.
However, who would want to live in a world without lights?
Out of character, apparently I used to.
True, but you know.
Underground for survival.
Yeah. I'm not saying if it was a bad reason. I'm just saying.
She had her choice.
The Drow are also into it, and so are the Duergar and the you know.
Yeah. Well,
But
there are people that are into it.
you should probably just
Admittedly-
doesn't think highly of them.
Admittedly, if the drow were not literally cursed,
Uh-huh.
they would also like sunlight. But unfortunately, they are cursed to be weak to the sun. So
Mhm, mhm. Sure, I'm sure there's also
I'm just saying that's like the lore
Yeah.
in Galarian.
Yeah.
And imagine having to cross the sea with literally no light in the sky. That sounds awful.
Wow.
Well, if we can find any information about this previous place that you visited, then maybe we can find something to help defeat him.
I don't think that a previously conquered star system will assist us in any way.
Well, if there are still people there, then
We have no way to reach it. We
I
barely
suppose-
have a way to observe this.
I suppose that is also true. But, well, somebody learned of its existence. Perhaps maybe just through this telescope. Oh,
It is possible that the hallway is enchanted to remove star systems as suns are destroyed.
Did the one marked off, did it look done by hand or did it look more magical in nature? It looked like somebody took like a chisel to it and kind of just chipped it out of there.
if you go back and investigate, you can give me a crafting check.
Okay. Crafting.
If it was
Nice.
done by hand, it was an incredibly skilled one. It's very, very uniform. And like kind of perfectly matching the kind of curve of this kind of arched tunnel.
If I read aura on it, can I detect if that's especially magic in nature?
Sure, go ahead and read aura. And yeah, the hallway is magical.
Does this spot in particular look magical?
If it's enchanted in the way that Isha is suggesting, it would be the entire hallway.
Yeah, that's fair.
And for the record, both the arched top part and the very, very dark tiles are both separately magical.
Oh. Is there something aside from just light absorption that it's doing?
You can roll to identify the magic if you like
Fuck yep.
on both enchantments.
I guess that's Arcana, right?
This is taking him 20 minutes to do, for the record. So if anyone else, I don't know if anyone else is doing stuff during that time.
Yeah. From our tinkering with the telescope and using it, we've determined that the hourglass is a required component to make it work, right?
The hourglass is
The hourglass seems to stop time so that they can gaze at whatever they want for 5 minutes without anything occurring. right.
That's correct.
So
You can
it's like a stopwatch.
Yeah. You can feel that this whole chamber, like when you focus on a spot, I didn't really cover this because it's just nerdy shit. The whole chamber is like slowly swinging across the just slowly swinging to keep whatever you're looking at in focus.
Hmm.
And when you flip the hourglass, it like stops time, so you can look at whatever you're looking at without the chamber moving without light kind of getting bent in the atmosphere and all the other. It stops time to make it easier to look at something
Got it.
without it
Okay.
fucking moving all over the goddamn place.
I was trying to determine if it would be prudent of us to take the hourglass with us as not to make this functional, but it doesn't sound like it would make it not functional. It would just remove one of its features.
Right.
Whoever
Okay.
set this up literally said, "Ain't nobody got time for that."
Well, also, if we can just make sure that this place never gets refurbished, it is fine. I don't think that anyone is going to like.
You guys have a lot of extra information to find the information that you have found so far.
Yeah, it seems. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I kind of feel like it's unlikely for a regular person to come and be like, "This is like what I'm looking for."
Right.
And I know that we know that the Seraph knows it's here,
Mhm.
but the Seraph, like, if this bead is not, like, if the orb is not reacting here, then this isn't what they're looking for.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you need to know Utopian to get this place open in the first place, so it's unlikely that any Seraph agents would try to pop this open.
Yeah, it's like a
Okay.
couple of unlikely strings in a row.
Mhm.
And I also think that if we think that this place is so important, we can just kind of like, we could find a way to claim this for ourselves if that is something we want to do.
Mhm. Wouldn't take a lot to push over one of the half-fallen walls in front. Turris, with that Arcana check, the top part of the tunnel, the arch part of the tunnel, it's enchanted exactly like Isha said. Stars that were visible that are no longer visible get scratched out effectively. It has no, like, as far as you can tell, it has no check to be like, all right, this was destroyed by the Seraph or the Dominion, but this one just went out. It doesn't, like, know the difference, but it just kind of gets rid of stars that it can't see anymore. It's like a catalog. I'll give you the floor for free. It's just glamored to be very dark. It's marble that has been glamored.
I figured. I had a feeling.
Okay. Any other questions before we wrap up for the day?
I don't have any questions. I do think that Isha wants to try and find a way to like claim this place as hers.
Okay.
So
Okay. Interesting.
What if I wanted, huh?
No.
We could play the Heads Up 7-Up or
you already
Rock,
have
Paper,
an
Scissors.
entire tower.
I could use 2 towers.
This is not a
The
tower.
Twin Tower. You don't invoke the Twin Towers.
Oh, Lord of the Rings.
That's what I mean.
If you, I'll fly a plane into one of them.
Pay for it.
Stop.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't care anyhow. I was just kidding around.
No, I mean, frankly, Isha's not trying to claim it solely for herself. It just, this seems like Isha has sentimental cares about this.
Yeah. Honestly, Turris is more interested in the fact that what if he can catch that last bulletin or whatever you call it and throw it in his tower somewhere.
You love a pet.
As I gain more control of myself, I am going to need to keep the tower filled. Time to
Sounds
learn how to.
frankly like having less control of yourself. Getting so many pets?
You can say that again, Egwin.
Not to step in where I'm not wanted. I'll just carry on. I'm gonna go find a clear spot for us to teleport back. Go home. Go to Tamliok. That's
Is a home not a home without denizens in it?
that is
You are your own denizen.
that is still the plan, right? We are
Yes,
Tamliok.
we're. If we travel by foot, we will not make it before Regent makes it to Tamliok, so.
right. I will clear a space. Find somewhere.
Would it be possible to bring this one with us? And she like points at the tall guy.
Oh, we never got Resden's brother.
Kind of like looks
We
between
never asked his name.
between him and you. He's doing a double take too, looking very confused, and Ogwin's just like, I suppose.
Well, if it would be safer for him to come with us. Plus, I can. I worry about this person who requested the refurbishments.
About King Rurith.
I don't think it was King Rueth.
Pretty sure that's accurate. Like, King Rueth is the one that asked for the refurbishments in general.
Well, we can ask him.
Then
shortly.
Augustine snuck in and was like, "Hey, why are you doing this anyhow? Why don't you?"
I still want to
Okay.
vet the lady who is
Right.
like Rueth's hand in
Yeah.
this.
Like local.
I do believe that he did ask. I just don't think that the lady is very trustable.
Okay.
And that's
Mm,
what I care about.
that's fair.
Obviously, I'm gonna word it so that like I think that Rueth is at fault because that serves my side of the story. But
His narrative.
I mostly just want to see if she's trustable, as it were.
Yeah.
Because how would the Seraph had gotten all of this stuff? You know, it just, yeah, you know.
Enemies within.
So Ogwin turns to Mr. Resden the
Or you
taller
can-
and says,
Or you can stay, your choice, and be eaten by bullets.
he's like,
When you frame it that way.
and Ogwin's like, all right, well, by authority of the king, I will take you into protective custody, and you'll be coming with us. I'm gonna go find a space. Lord Ruth does not like it when we track too much dust in, so like turns and starts walking out, and
Isha
Resden-
like looks at herself.
That's gonna be a problem, Isha.
Resden, meanwhile, is like, does a double take. It's like, authority of the. Are you Lord Agwin? And he shouts back down the hallway. It's like, it's Ogwin. And
Egwin.
We're all mutually saying each other's names wrong. That's the bit.
that's where we'll end it for the week.
Wow. This was a crazy session. I did not really anticipate
Yeah,
having to write so much.
dude, my notes went crazy.
Yeah, I was thinking about it a couple days ago, and I'm like,
I love a lore session. It's my favorite session. I'm not complaining.
I apologize
Dude, I
to
thought
half of the party that
for
would
sure-
complain about that.
Oh, I thought for sure that hourglass was your relic, Isha. I was like, why aren't you taking it?
No, I think I know. I know what my destiny is. So
You know what your destiny. Aren't it your destiny?
I was thinking about it last.
I mean, not that I know. I just I have not met the point where I
Here.
think I will get to my relic.
I was just like logicking out what kind of like church Scala would have in a like dusty valley in the middle of nowhere. It's like it's gotta be an observatory, right? That's like perfect.
I
No,
love
this
that.
is sick.
Yeah, that was really cool.
And then
That was sick. I was like, holy fuck.
Pretty neat.
well, I definitely had fun with it. It's obviously very self-indulgent, so thank you. So yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm so quickly running out of pages right now. I'm like a little scared.
Ruh-roh. It's been a couple weeks since I was around to ask this. I don't know if I maybe missed it. But where are we at XP wise?
Right. Okay, so from the encounter today, you guys got 144 XP. I added XP from the last encounter to both of your sheets. So you should be caught up. I think 344 is the correct number.
We're at 344.
And then you're getting 144
Okay.
on top of that. Because
Okay, so we're at 488.
Wait. What? Oh wait, so wait a minute.
Yeah.
I was at 344 and you said that the XP was 188. Question mark?
100
I heard 144.
144.
144 for the bullets.
Why did I get 88?
Stand by. Well, because you're going to.
So you should be at 488 out of 1,000.
Yeah, you'll be at 488.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. And then if I'm remembering correctly, we're not playing next
I
weekend.
did think someone had a conflict next week.
I thought it was Voraktee, if I'm remembering correctly.
Do I? What?
The 22nd.
20s. Yeah.
Well, my mom's gonna be here the next 2 weeks, so I don't know if I'm gonna be playing or not.
Okay.
Depends on what she wants.
Maybe that's it, because I don't have anything on my calendar right now.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
We should just be pitting when people have conflicts, actually.
we should be. Yeah, that's a good idea. So this week, plan on playing unless Bill has something come up.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we'll be okay.
Roger.
It's still only 1 o'clock, so plenty of time to do stuff.
Okay. All right.
I will. Sarah, should we tell them about our disruptions in April, or should we wait?
Our April disruptions that we're going.
Yeah, our April
Well.
disruptions are 2 weeks in a row.
I'm so sorry.
Apologizing.
I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, we're on the 5th and the 12th of April.
Okay.
5th and 12th. I think that overlaps with my conflicts anyhow. At least one of them does, I think.
Okay. I feel like I also had a thing in April, but I don't recall. I'll see.
Sorry, I know that it's a little early, but those are the days I know that we are like.
Yeah.
Well, I generally, I'm a part of a D&D podcast, and we have like backup recording days on Saturdays, and so I always try to align those.
Right.
Everyone else not being available anyhow, but we haven't had to like do a backup recording like ever this season that we're in for that.
Okay.
So I just like to make sure if it does happen that it's happening on a time that we're not playing anyhow. So
This
I'm good.
was a crazy session. I'm like,
Good.
I still kind of want to take that hourglass with us. Seems kind of useful.
I don't
I
think
know.
we can talk about the function of the hourglass after. Like we can do it next session, because I don't actually think the hourglass works away from the like telescope.
Staxon
that-
is
We
apparently
won't know
live, Moto?
We won't know until we.
I don't know. Varys, I've been playing Pathfinder
Yeah, well,
instead of looking
I'm
at
gonna go raid him. I'm gonna go raid Stax.
All right. Have fun, y'all.
I'm gonna take off. You guys have a good one.
Catch you later.
Bye, guys.
Like,
Bye.
I'll deafen for a moment, and then I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be with you.
All right, thank you guys for hanging out for Pathfinder. We're gonna raid out real quick. We're gonna go say hello to Stacks, and it's been a long time since I've seen Stacks in live. Apparently, Stacks got Cor and Tom as guest stars or some shit. I don't know. I didn't get the call. Didn't get the call. Don't know what that's about. But you know, we'll passively, aggressively raid. I guess. You know. Is that passive aggression? If I say I guess enough. Anyway, let's go say hi to Stacks. Stacks is great. I will catch you guys all very soon. I'm gonna try to stream a lot more this week. We'll see when I have conflicts on Sunday and Monday. So, I'll give it a shot. That's all I can promise. I'll get a schedule up what I can. Enjoy Stacks. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the start of your week. I will catch you all again real soon. Goodbye.
Not liking your tone. Pick display capture and choose your screen ? Are you trying to dunk? What's happening here? Whoa, Varys! Dude! I have not talked to Varys in a billion years too. Varys, do you want to play too? Apparently there's room for 8 people. I know I'm doing caught here, but I'm realizing there's room for 8 people, and we could move some units for headliners right now. And I could get sponsored, and then eventually get invited. Units of money, of things. We could spend money, and then they'll offer me a sponsorship, and then I'll go over there, and they'll be like, "Wow, were you a programmer?" And then I'll also program for them, and then eventually they'll invite me to their office, and I'll move, and I'll globetrot, and I'll also stream with them. It'll be a whole thing. But there's gotta be.
It's a bit much to see someone raid your stream. Go, oh, it's so good to see you. Hey, here's a way you can help me make money.
Well, I just know. I mean, I'm trying to help Varys make money. Okay, I'm trying to give Varys, I think Varys is a really cool person who is a, Case, you've really fucking stun-locked me here. Really not doing good. Anyway, we're playing headliners today. And it's gonna happen soon. And Tom has baby stamina. That's good. That's what I want to hear. I'm happy to hear about that. I'm glad. I'm glad about that. Oh, you gotta go nap? That's fine. That's fine. Case was saying that they didn't want to play with you anyway. So that's fucked up for Case to say, but were you gonna did you hang up on me? Did Case hang up on me?
No, I'm still here.
Oh my god. I literally thought you hung up on me. I thought you were doing a bit.
It's tempting. I'm more just kind of zoned out because I like.
Because
it's
like
when you're hearing a lot of things that don't make sense.
It's like 8 a.m.
and are so. Yeah.
Welcome, Mike.
You just didn't sleep well. That's why.
Well, it's 2 a.m.
It's 2 a.m. Where are you? Where the fuck are you?
Well,
Don't be mysterious. Don't be mysterious.
So when you're a bit of a globetrotter.
Yeah, you're not a bit of a
all around the world.
globetrotter. I guess you are literally a bit of a globetrotter. But you're saying that like you hop nations every week.
When people want you.
What is
all around the
happening?
world,
God
Case
damn
is
it.
streaming.
God
gotta
damn it.
go to where the people are.
Why did I don't know what I was
Case.
thinking. I thought this Saturday
Stacks
was
is streaming.
gonna be great.
Case
I
is
thought
doing a
I'd wake
bit.
up, do stuff. Tom Lamaud at my joke, probably, not you. Case back at it again with the bits. This
Thanks, Moto.
No,
Appreciate
don't
you.
say thanks, Moto. Moto, it's not. I guess they like you, which is great because I like Case too, and that's why Case is featured on my stream because Case is a get for me, and I got Case. So,
No, Varys, that was a crazy. I mean, I knew at some point my lore skills would come in handy.
Most viewed
not
streams
necessary.
are the ones
We
with
don't
me.
have to. You know, I feel like if we do too many hypotheticals, it lessens the impact of the hypothetical. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean?
You got to create
Maybe we just,
the
we just see
monster in
how
the
it
ground.
goes.
That's pretty
Maybe
cool.
we
Yeah,
just look
also,
at, for the
You
nerds,
can't
you know?
just run
Not a
in
couple
and
of
expect to
jocks like
live.
you and me.
That's silly.
It's so quiet.
I just like being quiet for about 10 seconds.
You are putting me
is
on
enough
the
to-
cross. You're just leaving me up there. Not even stabbing me. Just.
I mean, his
looking,
character doesn't
just
care a lot
watching.
about a lot of things, so I think that's, at least from what I can tell,
Oh, I'm
his
reading
character is
chat,
mostly
sorry.
concerned
Oh,
with like
right.
fighting
Yeah, you're reading
things
chat.
and
Trying to stay on
Minotaur
top.
interpersonal
Yeah,
tribal
no, I'm
stuff,
staying
which
on
is
top
like
of chat
fine,
too.
but
Me too.
Anyways, I'll keep up.
I
just
did
Food
12
thinks that
slots.
Burger's burger of the
Uh,
month.
it-
and I
yeah,
have
sure,
to say,
and
if you
food.
don't mind weird
Right.
textures, pork rinds
such
on
a
burger
that is such a
Hey,
thing
that
to give a
sounds
fuck
delicious.
about.
Sounds-
Lost empathy. Thanks so much for the message.
Fucking disgusting.
Oh, you're
just a reminder
hungry?
That sounds
Interesting.
horrible.
You probably got Amazon Prime
Um,
available. If you haven't looked, you could look. You could go to twitch.tv
No, you're right. Yeah.
case
It
chats
sounds
and
good.
use your
That sounds
Prime.
delicious.
Yeah, well, caring about
if you
food or
don't mind
caring
the
about
texture,
alcohol is like
that
a
fucking
very.
slaps. That's
It's
good.
like
That's
it's not really a
good. And if
personality
you
trait.
wanted-
It's like
Check-
it's
check
it's,
some
it's,
people it is.
it's mostly a personality trait,
said that
and
so
and it's
shamelessly.
really hard to make it more than oh
Like,
my
you didn't
character
even
always
pause.
steals food.